Well then, I believe it's time we get started. Hello everyone. How are we all doing? I would say I would say you don't have to leave, but I know that you're off out later, so you kind of do. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, what do you say? The exact speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there is something jubilant in the air. I feel this night won't be as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I should take a stroll around the town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Bragi, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Elzay both. Hi, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern? Like every other stumbling soul in the city. I see. Well, Captain Lina's can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. You're carrying messages for the guard. Does that mean you were there then? The Battle of Holminster? A stalwart lad like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs, make himself known. Sure, Glinner can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. Meow. My keyboard has a bit of wiggle and I don't know why. Siela, more beer for the table two. For table 2. And a couple of pints of mead for table 3. While you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we're rushed off our feet this evening, sir. Can I get you anything? Drinks around the house. Oh, that Bragi is a twisted sense of humour. To think he'd send you to me at a time like this. The first real night in 100 years. This folk all riled up and then some. What's more, there is a leader that business at Holminster Switch. They say a light warden was destroyed without a trace. It was a warrior of darkness who did the deed. His accents changed dramatically. I can't hold accents, I apologise. I really must apologise for Glynard. It's been around almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. All of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumour of the warrior's appearance adds a spark to the kindling. You know the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You'd look no further than Holminster to prove that. For proof of that. But attacks on that scale don't happen every day. Praise a blessed shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and then, an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. These are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the settlement council puts bounties on their heads. Now, Barrier is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden slaying, even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that have been dubbed the cardinal virtues. The virtue showed up out of nowhere but 3 summons ago. And when historians heard descriptions given by survivors, well, apparently they share the appearance of the villains who caused the flood. If that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as the Light Wardens, not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters had all but given up, but when the Warrior of Darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. That Hume over there, with the oversized sword, is Granson. He's in it for revenge, wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he is. Mr. Lad is Lueric. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He's just lost a partner and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Serig. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. And last we have Giot, a dwarf and drunkard both. Wants to join forces with a healer, and only a healer. Something about needing a mentor's wisdom? I've seen my share of competent veterans. If you have, and you have that look about you, maybe you should introduce yourself to one of the hunters. Who knows? Together you might even collect the bounty on the Cardinal Virtue. Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter. Yeah, it's physical DPS, magical DPS, tank, and healer. But we're just going to ignore those for now. Once I hit like level 78, we'll drop back, we'll sort them all. Well, all that we can. Because we are going to need them for the main story. Welcome back, sir. I wonder if anyone can sleep with the city in such an uproar. But will you be retiring to your quarters? Yes, I will. Very good. In light of the present situation, I have had illuminations prepared for all rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, sir. I believe roll quests are every 2 levels. I'm pretty sure there's one at 80 as well.
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
Been watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang, and I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who are with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. They're your friends then? Through thick and thin?
That could be.
Then I suggest you keep them close. When you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Well, not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
So this is what the light was hiding. He's here. I must go to him.
That is such nice music. Meanwhile, inside an Imperial Magitech facility in the Source.
Intruders! Fan out and find them! Out of my way!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The Dragoon who plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldassian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If
Yeah,
they have resorted
Tara's
to
like
using
that.
freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on another business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
Not going to apologise to her.
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Huh. From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
Interesting. Wait to load in and see someone else in the jumper. Like me, I'm wearing a jumper. Begging your pardon, sir, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise you do not stray too far from the Crystarium. Word has it Yulmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Given the timing, one can only assume they not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the Ocular, deliberating a response. Okay, so they're outside. Oh no? Where are you? Oh, they're probably like... Oh my god, I can't even press the right buttons. Ah, what am I doing? Right, if I head back inside there should be like a side room there. Like this one maybe? There we go. We don't have to worry about what these quests actually are. It's just a matter of picking them up so we don't like forget about them. Even then I say so we don't forget about them, but I mean so I don't forget about them. Yeah, we'll do all the role quests on stream when we get around to them. My intent is to try and level up like at least one of the roles, like at least one role per thing, so we can go through each of the roles, each of the role quests. You have business with the Crystal Exarch. Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular.
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxon Loft here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden.
I love how it's
Their
red,
emissary
blue,
makes his way
red,
here
blue.
as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
My lord, I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would. Everyone, gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish. Enter.
Just hiding in the corner. You can't call it a corner, it's like a circular room.
Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest in this?
His benevolence, Lord Vorthry, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater. Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin Eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy, promptly. One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
He knows. He knows.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmor's army since before Vorthri's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin-Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmor chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
'Tis noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmor has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxanloft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmor before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
I'm sorry, generations of Minfilias?
Ah, of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Maren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He'll be able to enlighten you. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right, though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
Interesting. Oh god, it's raining. Quickly now, escape the rain. Wonderful. Yes. If you're after books pertaining to the Warriors of Darkness, I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. Experiencing quite a surge in popularity. Oh, you wish to learn about the Oracle of Light? It would be my pleasure to assist. After I've finished some outstanding tasks, that is. While I attend to them, perhaps you could fetch me the book, The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light, it's called. Though it's intended for younger readers, it provides an excellent summary of the subject matter. The artwork is quite lovely besides. I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning about Minfilia. But you must see for yourself. The book is located on the level below. Should, I say. Well, there is a place for everything here. Not everything is always in its place. Despite my best efforts. In short, if the book is not where it should be, it will almost certainly be somewhere it shouldn't. So, good luck. Look at that sightseeing thing. So the book's not there. Drop down another level. Waha! How about here? There we go. Just as your eyes begin to blur, you spot it. The illustrated copy of the Oracle of Light. Have you found the book? Yep, right here, mate. Yes, this is the one. I hope it wasn't too difficult to track down. I'm happy to say I've finished all my pressing tasks. If you want to call your friends over, we can begin learning at once. Without further ado then. Began 100 years ago, when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvrand, and just as all seemed lost, a saviour who appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance, a maiden with hair spun of gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. Naught was known about her save that her name was Minfilia. For delivering the realm, she became revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace. But 15 years later, her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. When Sin-Eaters laid ruin to the kingdom of Verbert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. One with hair spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. She was hailed as the Oracle Reborn. It came to likewise be called Minfilia. Enlisting in the Yulmoran army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin-Eaters. Alas, like so many others, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet, with her dying breath, she whispered unto her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. And true to her words, some years later, another girl who was discovered who possessed the same self-same eyes, that self-same hair, and those self-same powers. She took the name Minfilia. She fought the Sin-Eaters as a soldier of Yulmor, and she too fell in battle. Many were to follow in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Norvrand on numerous occasions. Were it not for them, we might never have learned of the Light Wardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some, perhaps. The truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories of or knowledge of the previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant of the power they harboured. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not. But all were made to face the Sin Eaters. All died to keep our hopes alive. What can you tell us of the current Minfilia? She was found by the Yulmoran army some 10 years ago, taken into their care. Or rather their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name. For the time being under Lord Volthry's rule, Yulmor had already abandoned resistance in favour of decadence. Oh, for by that time, not for the time being. Whoops. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war they had no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to the peace, so they kept her under lock and key. For a long while we heard nothing more of her. Couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that it was in Yulmor's best interest for her to remain under their control. But then, 3 years ago, a gallant soul stole into the city and rescued her from their clutches. It's like a hero from the tales. Indeed. Well, I believe we now have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Morin. Might I trouble you for a word, Sanctity? Outside? Thanks, mate. Bye. As you will have already summarised, the gallant soul who rescued Minfilia was none other than our own dear Thancred. They've since been wandering the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why we have not had the chance to meet them. We know that Minfilia journeyed here as Hydaelyn's emissary to halt the flood of light. It could only be that the people of the first witness... No, it could only be her that the people of the first witnessed 100 years ago, the original Oracle of Light. But while there's plainly some connection between the woman we knew and her namesake, the fact these girls do not share memories must surely mean they are not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I've no doubt that he understands. The question is how he feels. Regardless, the Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If he has been captured, we may be certain he will not stand idly by. Here you go again, talking in your roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Minfilia, just spit it out. It just so happens, I agree with you. It's quite clear this Minfilia possesses Hydaelyn's blessing. And it wouldn't hurt to have such an individual on our side, right? Once generally been enough, but fine. Nah, quite. Indubitably. I see you've made up your minds. Exarch, what brings you here? A report and a proposal. First report. Our scouts have confirmed that the Yulmoran forces at Laxenloft do indeed have Minfilia in their custody. For the present, they are holding her here, but we can be certain they will move to Yulmor ere long. Should that happen, we may be forced to give her up as lost. So, if we mean to act, we should do so quickly. Which brings me to my proposal. I ask that you entrust this undertaking to us, the people of the Crystarium.
You are doubtless eager to attempt Minfilia's rescue, and with your combined strength you may well succeed. But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary. Twas not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrand. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Light Wardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you. My friends, I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all. As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Yulmore a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the General condemned the slaying of the Light Warden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war. Let none be mistaken. We would be hard-pressed indeed to resist the might of Yulmore. Some would even call it suicide. And yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years. Or so says my heart. My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor less alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we do?
My lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrand deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Yulmore's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, trade would be subject to restrictions. The flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do, we will.
Aye, we can weather such hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for? We have always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
When all falls down around you, rise up. Those were your words. There may come a day when all hope seems lost, but even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not. We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Yulmoran bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
It appears we have a consensus. Let it be known that the Yulmoran host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more. So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, Grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Yulmore's ultimatum.
Here, here!
Here, here!
Love it.
In planning a strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
And there you have it. If Yulmore wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
We will not be outdone. Consider us your partners in crime.
My lord, our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amaro to occupy the skies over Lakeland. They should serve to delay the airship's departure. At the same time, we scatter dream powder from the air. Not all will succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
Very good. Cease your preparations.
And what exciting crimes would you have us commit? Speaking for my fellow villains, I'd say we're capable of most things, though we draw the line at indolence.
If excitement is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you your orders.
So, you will be joining the guard. However highly the exec thinks of you, you will receive no special treatment from me. Is that clear? With your salute, soldier. Better. More spirited than the exec's feeble attempts, certainly. Now, first things first, you will need uniforms. Go to the crystalline mean and report to Catalyst. She will see you measured and fitted. Yeah, how's everyone doing? I hope you're all well. That's the last of them. Your friends are just being measured as we speak. Right this way. We'll see to it you look dashing in your first outfit. done, are you? Let's have a look at those numbers. I see. How goes it? Sorry, Captain, I'm afraid we haven't done anything on hand. We don't have anything on hand that's already fit. We do have a few that are fairly close. Should be able to make them work with a few minor adjustments. Very well. Very well then. See to it, and have the uniforms delivered directly to the field. I shall take this opportunity to brief you on the mission. As mentioned earlier, we will deploy a marrow to scatter dream powder from the air. Once the powder takes effect, an elite unit will storm the fortress to rescue the Oracle. A safe liberation is our sole objective. Engagement is to be avoided wherever possible. And yes, I did drop the accent. I was failing at it horribly and I felt embarrassed about it. I assume we're to take part, we're to be part of said unit? Correct. Unit will be divided into two contingents. One deployed from Fort Job, and the other from Ostal Operative. You and Alfino will join the former. Sam today, meanwhile, will join the latter with me. Before you proceed to your positions, you are to report to Chesamil at Spagelix. She will issue you with a serum to ward off the effects of the dream powder. We shall be on our way then. Take care, my friend. We will see you in the field. It's quite far to the Imperative, so you may want to make use of Namaro from the rookery. After you've collected the serum, of course. Alright, here we go. Up. Yes, sweetie? Is there something you need? Oh, one of the guards come for your dram, are you? Here you go. A dose of this will keep you firmly in the waking world while your enemies are off in dreamland. Now, if this is your first time, I should warn you. It's bitter as sin. Princess Kiss, they call it. But if you ask me, it should be Crone's Kiss. Hee hee. Jests aside, this stuff is really foul. Most people gag like there's no tomorrow. But if you don't drain every last drop, you're liable to end up in taking the trip to Dreamland yourself. I must ask you to drink it here and now while I watch. Come on, give the old crone a kiss. Ugh. Well done, sweetie, I'm proud of you. Why, if I didn't know better, I'd even say you enjoyed it. Now you needn't fear falling asleep on the battlefield. Just have care you don't lose any limbs out there, alright? They don't tend to grow back. You can tell that the robot. I can literally just walk over there, that'll be fine. Yes, what do you require of me? Namar, to take you to the Imperative, eh? As much as I would like to oblige, all our mounts are reserved for the coming operation. I fear you will have to go by foot. Wait. There might be another way, assuming you are willing to lend a hand. I was about to deliver Namaro to Rediscus Round, one of the locations whence the beast will fly for the operation. The tower lies along the route to the Imperative. It's near enough. No, if near enough is good enough for you, you may make the delivery in my stead. Fair enough. Well, it's a truck with her. Very good. I shall stand ready for. I shall ready the Amaro for departure at once. Bam, bam, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. Ah, there you are. Rediscus Round is to the north and west. You can take the road or you can fly, it is up to you. Upon arriving, make yourself known to the sentry. She will give you further instructions. If you should come separated from the Amaro, worry not. The beasts are trained to return to the rookery. That's all. Go well. Meow. Yeah, we're just gonna fly to tower, because I like this music too. There's too much good music here. Who do I need to go to? Ready Amaro to the sentry. Oh, literally a bright glowing light there. Oh, you're delivering that Amaro to us? I'm afraid there's been a change of plans. We already have all the beasts we require, I'm afraid. Instead, this one's to go to the Imperative to the west. Please see that the handler on duty, Silly Vantheo. Please see to the handler on duty, Silly Vantheo. If you encounter any trouble along the path, return here and I will set you rightwise. We're going to grab that before we leave. And then on we go again. I believe there should be a aetherite, not aetherite, sorry, ether current up there somewhere. Although they have reduced the number of ether currents, so that one might not be one of the ones that you need anymore. Ah, the last Amaro. Thanks, my friend. You may leave the beast with me. Say, I don't believe I know you. Do you join the guard recently? Ha, so that's the way of it. Well, you managed to arrive, and that's all that matters in the end. I bid you welcome to the Hostile Imperative, one of our key strongholds in Lakeland. The first thing you'll want to do is report to the captain. You'll find her at the lookout across the way. Oh, first things I'll want to do is get this ether right. And then maybe go and get the ether current if that one is actually to the east. Right, before we actually do this quest, I need to find this ether current. There it is. Oh, we've got all those ether currents sorted. Nice. Where am I going? I need to go up here. So it seems that rather than Amaro delivering to you, you deliver the Amaro. Oh no, thank you. I expect my soldiers to make themselves useful. Speaking of which, I have a task for you. Right, what I'm going to do, because I'm going to be going through the dungeons on not Gunbreaker Paladin, is I'm going to open these on here. Although it seems like the current gear that we have is already stronger, at least for the moment. That is a kind of nice looking sword, not gonna lie. What's a shield like? I like that. I like that. I might use that. Yeah, I might actually just scrap the Warrior of Light idea and just go with the Crystarian gear. With like that hat. Actually, before we grab that, like, I know we have that one there. That'll be an ether current for this zone, which means apologies. Which means that these should all be ether currents. We can skip through all these. Right, I remember where that one is. That one's right at the top. Yeah, like, literally all that I need to do at the moment is just pick up these quests, because then they'll be sat here and I can remember to do them like at the end of the stream. Right, that one I can take off of there, because the Jade Stoa is not one that we'll be doing until at least later. Oh god, it was the wrong floor. Wait, where was it? I could have sworn it was meant to be this. Oh my. Right, I shall just be a second. Sorry about that. I may be developing a cold. Readiness for the operation. The Amara will need to be treated with the same serum as us. As you well know, however, it is not pleasant. In order to coax them into taking it, we have sprinkled it on their fodder. All that remains is to feed it to them. A task I'm sure you will enjoy. Fetch the fodder from the Amara launch and see the four of the beasts. See to 4 of the beasts. Dismissed. Aye, Captain. There you go, buddy. Gwee, gwee, gwee. Unless it was Gware. Happily devours the fodder. I approach by bear. Gwee? Gwee. The marrow absent-mindedly munches on the fodder. Wee, 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 wee. The marrow is wary at first, but appetite eventually wins out. It accepts the fodder. My eye is like really itchy. That's annoying me. Squeak. The marrow reels at the smell but accepts the fodder nonetheless. Poor little fellow. To be fair though, I imagine it tastes awful. The marrow are fed? God, why is my eye so itchy? That sucked. Good. The rest have already been dosed, so need not fear about our mounts succumbing to the dream powder. All units have entered the final stages of their preparations. Time is nigh. Make ready and await deployment atop the main watchtower. I'll send you your uniform as soon as it arrives. As all, may night smile on us all. May night smile upon us. Oh, please don't tell me I've got to climb this now. Oh no. I climbed it once. Imagine if I'd have managed to get here yesterday. Like, ended the stream here yesterday. If I'd managed to do that, then I'd been able to do these off stream. I would have been able to fly around. Come on. There we go. Operation is about to commence. Stand ready. Potion seller. I'm going to get back. I require strongest potions.
Keep moving.
So I just pour myself a drink.
What now?
The Crystarium at a guess. Desperate fools. It'll take more than a handful of overgrown lizards to ground us.
Yeah, but they do have more, my friend.
You're gonna be... Sound the alarm!
Nice little battle plan we've got here. Yeah, I might use this armor minus the helmet. We'll swap the helmet out for the wind one that we just got.
Captain, the powder has taken effect.
It is time. Let us free the Oracle from their clutches.
It'd probably been better to land either on or inside the walls, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll probably like dye this blue. I'll use this. Aha, there you are. An old divide and conquer technique. Defend our healer, then take out theirs.
Leave this to me. Let's give them a show.
Ah, I'm gonna run to the other side of it and just like stab through it at that soldier, but yeah, well. Guess we'll just do this way this time. Healer.
You're not alone.
I had to get something to like sit on the one side of this keyboard. The problem is we don't know what sort of height we actually need to get on it. Oh, that's apparently perfect. Yeah, whenever I was pressing keys, like my keyboard was like wobbling because it's like, kind of on a tilt. Hi Ruth. Boing, boing. I'm alright, my eyes are a bit itchy and it's really annoying me. But besides that I'm fine. How are you? Thank you. Are you from the Crystarium? Correct. We've come to rescue you. Your weapons made to the same specifications as Sankard's. We're ready to use them. Understood. Please lead the way. And now we go to escape. Brazen thieves. You will regret coming here. I don't think I will. Still unleashing everything I can. This is pretty much just like your first encounter with Xenos in Stormblood.
Vanity. Be gone!
Just back off a little bit. I don't know what Shot Sky does. That's what Shot Sky does, okay. Easy to counter that. Simple enough. Moving flame again. There we go. Wait for that to go off. I'll just run into it. Nice one, sir.
Why do you persist in this folly?
Drive by.
It's over.
rude. I'm still in the circle as well. I've not even been knocked out yet. And yet, here we are.
You, boy. You bear a striking resemblance to the artist my master seeks. By all means, keep your counsel. You will all have ample time to confess your crimes back in Yulmore.
I think during this cutscene I might quickly grab some more tweaks. So I'll be back shortly.
Thancred?
So, you are the wretch who stole her from us.
And what if I am?
What? Pathetic. Vermin such as you are not worthy of the Oracle.
Break!
Fool! You would see your city razed?
I would sooner see it razed than conquered. Suffice it to say, we are ready to receive you.
What now, Exarch? Will you face me yourself?
I think not, General. I've quite exhausted my tricks. If you mean to give chase, I will not stand in your way. But you would do well to tread warily, for your quarry goes to a place where even Yulmore dare not bear its steel. Il Mheg, the Fairy Kingdom.
To think that mountain of indolence still had the energy to unleash his hounds. Even the most pointless of conflicts may alter a world's course.
And now the plan has gone awry. But how? How did the so-called Crystal Exarch bring the hero of the Source to the First? As if I didn't have enough on my hands already. Then again, with a soul such as that, mayhap there is another way. One which does not require bloodshed.
Interesting.
Not so long ago, here in the shadow of the northern ranges, lay the great kingdom of Verbert. A nation with a proud history that the Sin Eaters cut short, just like all the rest. Since that time, these lands have become a haven for Fey folk. Dreamers frolicking amidst the ruins of a forgotten realm.
We should be safe enough here. It's good to see you again, my friends. I don't know about you, but it feels like years since last we met. 5 of them in my case.
Why, it only feels like 1 to me, but long enough to warrant a more convivial reunion either way. What brought you to Laxon Loft?
The girl, Minfilia, she and I were traveling together, hunting Sin Eaters. But as we were nearing Lakeland, she abruptly ran off on her own. I found her too late to stop the Ulmorans from taking her prisoner. And as I was considering rescue options, I observed that the Crystarium was on the move. So I consulted the Exarch, who apprised me of the details of the operation and issued me certain instructions. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I was to see you all safely to Il Mheg. And here we are.
Orianger has called this place home for a while now, yet we have never called upon him, I am ashamed to say. 'Twas only at the Crystarium that we met.
Hardly surprising. This is not the sort of place one visits on a whim. Happily, having trespassed on Orianger's hospitality for a spell, Minfilia and I have an idea of how things work around here. Sooner or later, the Ulmorans will come after us. But before they do, the Exarch bids us accomplish 2 things. First, rendezvous with Orianger. And second, eliminate the Light Warden of this land.
So, Minfilia. What made you leave Thancred behind, if you don't mind me asking?
You. The hero from another world. I was asleep when I felt it. A presence. Someone I was meant to meet. They were close and I knew I had to go to them. But with all the commotion in Lakeland, I was afraid that Thancred wouldn't let me.
And would I have been wrong? Had I arrived a moment later, you would be back in your cell in Yulmore. And now we have Ranjit snapping at our heels. You really have outdone yourself this time.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me.
Poor Miniphilia.
Oh, poor thing being scolded so.
Who said that? Show yourselves.
Come now, put away that frown and have some fun with us. Yes, let's have some fun. Lots and lots of fun.
Which way was it to Urianger's?
I've been there so many times, but I can't. Why can't I remember?
Damn it all. We're already caught in their spell.
Il Mheg is a fairy kingdom, and as one might expect, it is home to the Fae folk. The most prominent among them are the pixies, with a penchant for making mischief. They use powerful illusions to play tricks on all who venture into their domain. By way of an example, they can make a familiar path seem wholly unfamiliar, or lead you to believe you're somewhere you're not. As we are now, I'm sorry to say, entirely at their mercy. As it stands, we cannot hope to find the way to Urianger. For that, we must convince the pixies to lift the spell. From what I could make of the voices, the creatures want to play with us. If that is the case, they should permit us to find their village, Lideloran. Come, I have a sneaking suspicion this path will lead us directly to them, into their midst. Oh, and I should mention Minfilia has been informed of our situation, of the different worlds and our mission. You may consider her an ally. Probably easy to just mount up. This is such a beautiful zone when you actually get the fog lifted. Right, before anything, we need to get this aetheryte. Well, here we are. If the pixies are nowhere to be seen. Knowing them, the games have already begun, in which case... There's a variety of plant native to these parts with a distinct furled tip. Looking grass, it's named. So called because it can be used to spy pixies, believe it or not. I'll explain how I know all this later. But first, I need you to help me find some. Oh. If a voice calls to you, under no circumstances should you respond. You'll only subject yourself to further mischief. Searching the scrub, you find what appears to be looking grass. Suddenly a voice rings out. Ooh, a visitor! Where are you from, pray tell? The Crystarium. What is that? Where is that? When is that? In your dreams, perhaps? Forget all about that place, for Il Mheg is your home now. Today and tomorrow and forevermore. My body begins to feel heavy. I'm coming, Thancred. I take it you met with some trouble. Apologies for subjecting you to that. Can I assume you found, from your presence, that you managed to find some of the looking grass? Yes, this is the stuff. Thus armed, we should be able to see through the pixie's veil of invisibility. And seeing them is the first step to dealing with them. Come, let's gather everyone and put Urianger's little trick to good use.
Farasitha, Krakleath.
No! We're found! How did this mortal know our trick?
Wait! I recognize their souls. These two have been here before. Look! Twins! How adorable!
Oh!
Lay with us!
We have neither the time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Urianger.
Oh yes, Urianger, the peculiar one. In return for a place in Il Mheg, he agreed to a riddle contest with us for 7 days and 7 nights without any sleep.
Oh, that was so much fun! We must do it again!
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
Shall we?
Should we? Would we?
What now?
I don't know, but this is their home, so we must indulge them.
Right, we've made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition, that you first lend us a helping hand. Or 2, or 3. Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Urianger. Pixie's honor.
Well, there you have it. Pixie chores. I suggest we split up.
Ooh, look at me, look at me. I have a task for you. Italan is a beloved village. It wanted to look always look lovely. It can't look lovely without flowers blooming. No flowers blooming lovelier than everblooms. So here are some everbloom seeds. Take them and sow them here, there, and everywhere around the village. Simple as a dimple, yes? Should probably backtrack first. so hungry. I may faint. Fruit. A little fruit will set me right. You go and fetch some for me. Just outside the village you'll find a hillock. 2 great bell trees that grow there. If you give them a shake, they should render up their sweet succulent burdens. Well, that's a word I never want to read again. Oh, a word combo I never want to read again. Stop that one. Helping us to grow flowers, are you? I'll make this house look so much lovelier. There used to be a city of mortals here. A great big bustling place called Vobert. Or Bovert, some such. But the city years came and everyone disappeared. Since then we pixies have been living here. We've given the old houses our touch. Lovely, don't you think? Ah, yes. Truly magnificent. Pick up this one. More flowers! Ooh, I can't wait for the flowers to bloom. Perhaps it'll make pretty curtains out of them. Moral, hear my plea. Our precious children are thirsty, and I need you to bring them water. Who are our children, you ask? Why, they're the leaf men you see standing around the village. Adorable, aren't they? Now, you'll need to go to Longmere Lake to draw the water. Once you have it, see that our children have a good drenching. Oh, and be warned, the Fwath make their home in the lake. They tend to play rough, so have a care. Give it a bit of a shake. Wiggle, wiggle. We're in the 4th zone now, I think. There's quite a lot of quests in Shadowbringers. So it'll just be. I think we're doing just fine here. The main issue is like I'm struggling with some of the voices I need to do. Just because I'm not very good with voices. Like, I'm pretty sure I was intending to do Scottish, and I've managed to come up with an Irish one. I mean, like, besides that, it's going alright. We're gonna have to deal with the fluff now, I think. Yep. Little frogman. Okay. How are you doing anyway, Ruth? Nice, nice. Yeah, let me know how it is. I'll probably see it when it like comes out on DVD or something. I hope it will be, Ruth. I hope it will be. Ah, there they are. Ken Gilf. Hello, Gilf. Are you one of Oriange's friends? What business have you with me? That Ken is worried? Well, that's all well and good, but when someone tells me not to do something, it only makes me want to do it more. No one can stop me. Heedless of your warning, Ken Gyuf continues in the direction of Faisal Laran. If you find them again, perhaps you can still convince them to turn back. Back off! Little creepy grass thing. Ken Gyuf. Yeah, I still don't understand this. I'm not making those sounds. Though your beaver speak is a bit rusty, the creature appears to want milk. However, you see no signs of Ken Gyuf, so you resign yourself to bearing the bad news to last Ken. Bye, giant beaver. Oh, that was a side quest as well. I don't even need to do that one just yet. I was saving side quests for end of stream. Well, not for the end of the stream, for like after I finish the stream. I didn't even need to read all that. I duped myself. It's a nice, nice griffin. You're back. Where's Ken Goof? Please tell me Ken Goof is alright. What? Against your warning they went to fight off Lauren? You found only a strange animal. Then the tales were true. Oh, King Guff, why? Why didn't you listen? Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't assume the worst yet. Maybe there's still hope. I just need to stay calm and think things through. On the upside, that also lets me say check the travel log and see what we actually need here. So hungry. Did you get the food? There you go. Oh, thank you ever so much. You've saved me. Yes. Saved me from boredom. Should have seen the look on your face when the bugs came down. Ah, you've done me a great service, mortal. There's only one thing we pixies are serious about. It's having fun. Dull and painful things. Hate them. Sin eaters are dull and painful both. So we hate them especially. We mortals try to fight these monstrosities, but there's no fun in that. Best to avoid them altogether, we say. Meow. So are you done with sowing the seeds? Thank you. This'll help lead live up to its name, which means flower house, in case you weren't aware. We weren't always here, you know. We used to live deep in a lush forest. It's beautiful beyond compare. But almost all of it was swallowed by the light. For a while we roamed. Eventually we found a place that men had abandoned. Together, we with our fellow Fey folk, we decided to make a new home. Land of everlasting spring. This is our home. It could be yours too. Forever and ever and ever. And yes, I did briefly swap to Irish. Don't judge me. You've given water to our children. Thank you ever so much. There it went back again. It went back again. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, I've lost the accent. It's gone. I can't picture it in my brain. They're all very dear to us. They wanted into Il Mheg as stray mortals, but we grew attached to them and decided to take them in. You and yours would have been our children too, but the enchantment didn't catch as well as we'd hoped. Never too late, of course. I'll try again after the next cutscene, because I imagine the next cutscene should have the right accent. How goes it? So, a mix of menial tasks and pranks. Yeah, it pretty much sums up my own experience. I have no troubles worthy of the name. How long are we supposed to keep at this? They're clearly playing with us. Indeed, whenever I inquire how much more there is to be done, the answer is ever the same. A little. Whether they have any intention of releasing us in the near future. Oriange once told me a story about the pixies. They're born from the souls of those who died as children, or so it's believed. Though they don't have memories of their previous lives, the desire to have fun remains imprinted on their souls. And so they live only to play, keeping hapless mortals for the pleasure for years on end, sometimes even until death. In the past, when I sought to identify the nature of ghosts, I came upon literature explaining a similar subject. A soul was likened to a core that resides in the ether, and its presence is what differentiates us from such beings as sprites and arcane entities. Upon death, said core ordinarily dissipates, alongside the ether that composed the flesh. However, it may be held together and bound to the corporeal realm, either by the will of its owner or by means of certain arts. In time, the soul may regather ether unto itself to assume another form, or find a newly emerged life in which to abide. The pixies may be one such instance of this. If ghosts are merely the souls without bodies, what does that make us? I think you've become that which you fear most, brother dearest. However the pixies may have come into being, if we leave them to judge when they are satisfied, they will never be satisfied. Nay, we must negotiate new terms with these creatures. But where to begin? Seems we would need at least one among them to sympathize with us. In the course of your chores, did you encounter a pixie who seemed even faintly amenable to reason? Phil? What? You knew a pixie from before? Not only are you acquainted, but you've entered a pact? You might have mentioned this sooner. At any rate, I dare hope this will offer us a way out. Without further delay then, summon this Feoul if you please. So we need to go to a specific location and be like, Feoul. I'm assuming it's where everyone's gathered up. Feoul. A voice rings out in your mind. So, my sapling has finally remembered his lovely branch. But with such half-hearted calls, he may as well lop me off and cast me aside. I have no sapling. Please, Feoul. I need you. Is that your idea of a fervent call? A sudden log could do it with more fire. Oh, loveliest of branches. Please grant me your succor. Oh, I'm an idiot. I managed to accidentally put a T in there, so I typed in branches. Nope. Apparently, there is something else I am typing in wrong. have I tapped him wrong? Right. Right. Oh. So I managed to make 2 typos in the first one.
You're late! I've been waiting for you to summon me ever since you came here. Waiting and waiting and waiting. But my sapling didn't so much as utter my name. Such a heartless thing he is. Cold and cruel and heartless!
I love him.
Another self-important little brat. Just what we need.
Reminds me of my childhood.
All right, I'm sorry. It was a joke. Honestly, just a joke. But just now you called for me so earnestly, so fervently. I couldn't possibly stay angry at you. Very well. As your lovely branch, I will lend you my strength.
Well. If it isn't Theo the mold feel, it's been too long.
Not long enough for you to think of any new games, though, apparently. If I were you, I'd be bored of myself. Now let me make something clear. That mortal is mine. No matter what you do, she will never be yours. Never, never, ever!
Oh, not even a bit. But what about the others? Surely we can keep them.
No, you can't keep them either. They're for my amusement and mine alone. And if you lay so much as a finger on my sapling, I'll scatter the contents of his bag all over your precious village. There'll be cold, hard metal, furry, festering food, stinky, sweaty small clothes, and all manner of other terrible, unmentionable things. How would you like that,
All right. But will you not at least let us play with the twins? Just while the others go and see Urianger?
Aye, that's all we ask. And we promise we'll play nicely.
It seems we won't be joining you.
We'll reveal the hidden Fernic to you at once.
And just like that, the zone is revealed, and it looks beautiful.
So this is the true Il Mheg.
How are you feeling?
Better. I think I remember the way now.
Apologies for the delay. Shall we go and see Urianger?
Your lovely branch is useful, yes? So whenever you're in trouble, you must remember to make use of me!
I love just how angry she gets, like, like at 0 to 100. For Elf No Analysis is 6, and that is a really loud car. For our no analysis sake, let's be quick. It'd be a shame to only return to find that they've been made to play one game too many. Now, the place we seek is abandoned manor of a nobleman and scholar. The Buckman's Shelves, it's called. After the fellow's vast collection of tomes, an agreeable habitat for our friend, I'm sure you'll agree. Oh. The Buckman's Shelves is called after the fellow's. Yeah, okay. If we follow the path north, we should soon find the place. Come along. Bye, you two. Thank you for your sacrifice. We're pretty much heading to that building there, if memory serves. I just had an idea. For healer, I've got eye level 400 stuff. For tank, I've got eye level 400 stuff. Why don't I open this stuff on like caster DPS? That will have a set for summon. And here we are at long last. I give you Oriange's humble abode. Come, let's see if he's home.
Urianger, are you in?
Unto a world weary of heroes, a hero wends his way. The Exarch did send word that thou wouldst seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon. Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend, and none the worse for thy travails.
Run along, Minfilia. We will meet you outside.
But...
Another one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
I take it thou hast met with our other comrades already?
Pretty much everyone by Stoller, I believe, at this point.
That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel in thy company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest. The hunting of the Light Wardens, and perforce the war with Yulmore. Hark thee then to my words. and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th Umbral Calamity. As I drifted hither to the first, traversing the boundary twixt reality and potentiality, I did bear witness to events yet to come. There I saw the combined forces of Eorzea and the Far East offering fierce resistance to the legions of Garlemald. So fierce, in fact, that they did begin to push the enemy back. Ilm by painful ilm at first, then Yalm by Yalm, and Malm by Malm in time. Yet the joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile: Black Rose. Its potency defied all reckoning. Once released, the gas took on a life of its own, wreaking untold carnage not only in Eorzea, but in the provinces of the Empire besides. From fighters upon the front lines to babes in their beds, none were spared. And as the casualties became too numerous to count, so did the fabric of civilization begin to unravel. Nor did the land itself escape unscathed. For spreading from the site of its release, Black Rose brought death to the very soil. To survive amidst the chaos and upheaval, men came to live by the sword, the rule of law giving way, inevitably, to the rule of might. Thus was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist. And those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order
They all dead, son. Every last one of them. And that'll be why they gave you the Traveler's Attire.
were no more. For the weapon spared not one, not even thee. An endless age of war, begotten by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th Umbral Calamity which I did behold. No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy. To that end, I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery. That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency. Come. Dost thou recognize yonder chart?
It's a chart of the elements.
Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source. As the chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition. Astral, the active. Umbral, the passive. As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces. Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be...
Didn't mean to click that,
Thus
sorry.
was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer. Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the First had called it darkness. At this, did my mind begin to race. Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
That's umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no etherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the First is rooted in the generation of the two forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects. Which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
"'Tis indeed a compelling question, and one which beareth closer examination. Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events. The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the First to stifle the movement of ether within the land. And according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings. Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the First were rejoined, replete as it is with light,
we would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands. A calamity. Well, at least we have a better grasp of what we're facing. Our object, we are to eliminate the Light Warden of Il Mheg. Speaking of which, were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
After talking, I'm just going to take my hands off the mouse.
Aye. 'Tis all but certainly ensconced within Leergear, the castle which standeth in the midst of the lake. To enter said stronghold, we must needs turn to the pixies for aid. Fortunately, I have become quite adept at courting their cooperation. Henceforth shall I accompany you, and do all in my power to ensure that my vision doth not come to pass.
Quest at 72, so this will be fine. My friend, ere I speak of the task at hand, there is a question I would pose to thee. What thinkest thou of mine appearance? Did you take up astrology? Indeed. Though the night may be lost behind the shroud of blinding light, doubt not that the stars shine still. I have chosen to avail myself of their guidance, that I might navigate the sea of uncertainty that stretcheth before us. For a blessing, my prior studies of astrology did provide me with adequate grounding in the art. But enough of myself, let us speak now of thy task. As I did mention, if we are to enter Yeah. We must needs gain the Pixies' cooperation. It's a simple matter of presenting them unto them a suitable gift. I shall procure a selection of viands and that shall please their palates. Thancred, pray assist me in this endeavour. Meanwhile, Samtidi I bid thee obtain that which pleases their eyes. In these parts there abideth a vilekin known for its beauteous wings, the hawker. I shall lend thee a receptacle within which thou mayest capture a weakened specimen. Right, I get it. They get the nice task, I got to capture a big moth. Yeah, but let me go. Oh, it wasn't a moth, it were a dragonfly. Come on, dragonfly, fight me. Right, some folks in the free company just got disconnected. Rather unfortunate if you ask me. Oh, I'm guessing that they're all talking about going for the raid later tonight. Thou art returned. But they were able to capture a hawker? Ah, a truly magnificent set of wings. Shall treat them at once to make fast their vibrant colours. Thancred too should return anon, upon which I shall ready all the items for presentation. Pray, take thee thine ease meanwhile.
"'Tis done. The Pixies shall be well pleased with these gifts. Ah, lest I forget. White auracite, newly forged for thy use. Our mission being to thwart a rejoining, we will most assuredly cross paths with those who crave the contrary, our eternal enemies. Thus did I choose to abide in this ether-rich land, the better to fashion a trap for the Ascian's essence.
May I come in now?
You may indeed, assuming you've finished.
I did as you asked.
That's my girl, thank you.
Go ahead, Pat.
I should probably explain. Though my body remained behind in the source, its limitations saw fit to accompany me, which is to say, I cannot manipulate ether.
Highly unfortunate, Thancred, highly unfortunate.
I took up the gunblade for its defensive advantages, but on account of my little impairment, I cannot imbue the ammunition myself. Luckily for me, Minfilia has quite a talent for it.
Minfilia, once we set forth, we are not like to return for some while. If thou wouldst choose tomes to take with thee, let it be now.
Really? May I?
Of course, my dear. Yet have care thou dost not add overmuch to thy burden, lest I incur Thancred's ire. Hast thou spoken to him of thine encounter with the Minfilia of Eld?
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any. As you know, I freed young Minfilia from captivity in Yulmore some 3 years past. Not long after, the two of us journeyed to the south of Armareng, to the edge of the Empty, where the flood was halted. 'Twas there that she awakened. The Minfilia of old. My Minfilia.
Tell me, what must I do to bring...
Oops.
My dearest Thancred, as I am now, I am no different from an Ascian. This child is but a vessel. One of many I have used that I might spread word of her enduring blessing and preserve the flame of hope. In my name, each has died, never having lived her own life. I have taken enough from these children. I will take no more.
But what of your suffering? Your sacrifice? This isn't fair! I will not stand for it. I cannot! There must be something we can do. Tell me!
Should the day come when this child grows weary of fighting and wishes to cast it all aside, then shall I take up her burden. But should she wish instead to become the master of her own destiny, then shall I bequeath to her my all. Imbued with the strength that I reserve for rebirth, she may come to wield my powers as her own.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
It is not their decision to make. It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's. You have ever watched over me, Thancred. Now I ask that you do the same for her. Protect her. Teach her. Stand by her as you stood by me. There is much and more she does not know. She needs a guide to show her the ways of the world, or she will never find her own path. When the time comes, you will find me here. Until that day.
Minfilia, wait!
happened?
And you're back in the room.
And then she was gone. Minfilia, the girl, claims to have no recollection of any of it. I have told her many things. Where we came from, what we fight for. But of that day, I have not spoken.
I'm just gonna dot that.
With the coming of another possessed of the blessing of light, the first hath begun to rise up in defiance of its fate. The question remaineth, however, who shall take up the flame of hope which Minfilia hath borne for so long? Whether we will it or no, the choice must soon be made.
I'm sorry I took so long. It was so hard to choose. In the end, I settled on just the one.
That is well. Now, if all is in order, let us set forth for Lida Loran.
Alright. Back we go. Right, two morphos. The wood morpho and the purple morpho. Oh. So I've yet to get around to actually wrapping presents. So I think I might do that tonight when everyone's gone to bed. We weren't expecting Al back so soon. We'd scarcely begun playing with the twins. That said, your gifts are truly wonderful. Let me tell you, the milk and honey and biscuits won't last a day. The wings of the loveliest we've met. The wings are the loveliest we've ever seen. You've done us a great kindness, and it's fair custom to return the gesture. If you desire anything of us, you need but name it. Funny you mention that. Yeah, Candy Ruth. So, what is it that you desire? Rusty old coins like you mortals are wont to collect, perhaps? We resolved to vanquish the Light Warden of this land. To that end, we desire entry into Lager. It's a strange thing to wish for. You might as well ask for death. But if that is what you want, who are we to argue? Very well, I shall speak with the others. Aerith will have Krampus and Nightmare Before Christmas, I think. That'll be good for a Friday. Christmas Eve. You've clearly been busy, Ryanja. To be so kind as to tell us what we've missed. So, that was the purpose of the gifts. Is there anything you can tell us about this Light Warden? Aye, my lady. What circumstances most tragic? The Light Warden of this land. He's our king and ruler, Titania. It's not always so, of course. Nope, that is the wrong accent. It's not always so, of course. That is still Irish. Aye. This one can just be Irish, sod it. Our king fought the first Light Warden that threatened our home, you see. 4-on-1. With all the horrible light that came out and went and corrupted them, turning them into the new Light Warden. Now they're king only in name. Naught remains but of the wise and just ruler that used to be. We had no choice but to seal him in the castle. The magic for breaking the seal we divided into 4 and wove each into a different relic, to be kept apart until the time was right. And this dress is one of them. It's been in our safekeeping for years and years, but we've decided to entrust it to you. Are you sure? Of course, custom demands it. Though you're most certainly going to your deaths, we thought we should at least let you try. That way we get to watch what happens. Of course you can't break the seal unless you have the other relics too. The shell crown is with the Flath, the stone scepter with the Numo, and the crystal shoes with the Amaro. Good luck finding them all. The facts thus disclosed confirm mine own understanding. Our quest lieth now before us. First, let us heed to the lake, there to claim the shell crown from the Flath. Call them before the untouchable gate, they will answer. Alright, Ulthon, what quest do you have for me? We don't need to watch that. They want to be the most popular fairy. So they ask us to, I don't know, get something for them. I believe that should be the untouchable gate there. In fact, Hearken to me, O spirits of water. We are come to entreaty. Not in a talkative mood, apparently. Not entirely sure how the gate works. But if the Fuerth are water spirits, perhaps we should take our search into the lake. Oh, I suppose a brief dip wouldn't hurt. You know Thancred swims like an eel. What about you, Minfilia? I can swim well enough. Thancred taught me. Excellent. What about you, Urianger? Not sure if I've ever asked. Rather than swim, mayhap it would be more expeditious to walk upon the surface by means of magic. You too, Urianger? That you should be a kindred spirit. Worry not, my friend. I know some helpful tricks. I should be more than happy to share them with you. Together we shall conquer the waves. Well, well, and we're a lively lot. And you have come you have an entreaty for us, you say? An entreaty from mortals? What a treat. Aye, my comrades and I are on a quest to vanquish the Light Warden. To that end, we humbly beg the loan of the Shell Crown, which we are given to understand is in the safekeeping of your people. Oh, is that all? Of course, of course. You may have it. You shall have it. Just like that? What do you want from us? Oh, no need to be so suspicious. The crown simply doesn't mean much to us is all. As a matter of fact, nothing means much to us, for we Fuerth, it's over before it's begun. We could care less what becomes of the Fairy King, or the world for that matter. Having said that, we do seldom have mortal visitors. It would seem a shame not to make the most of you. Touch the untouchable gate, and come hither to our domain, Il Mheg. In your tongue it means forbidden realm. Sounds foreboding, yes? And so it should. For we are one with the water, our home wrought of ripples and waves and currents. Find your way through, give us thrilling sport, and we shall give you the crown. Form a party. Yeah, that works. I really like this dungeon. Well, the intro to it anyway. There's like a middle section that I don't like, but the intro and the outro I love. Let's run all the way over here, go back. Apparently I'm not allowed to stun that guy. a vine roll on. Whoops. That might have helped a little bit. Click the wrong one again.
Thy time has not yet come.
I'm very good at clicking the wrong ones. What I think might help is if I shuffle that one over, shuffle that one over, and then put that one there, because that's where I'm expecting to find it. Although I can almost guarantee I'm going to end up pressing it again anyway. For such is the way of things. Yeah, how are we all doing? How are we all doing at this lovely, almost 4 PM?
All that I have and more I bring to bear.
Please do, Oriandre, please do. Because this kinda hurts.
I'll show you.
Yeah, I think I might farm these off stream for like levels on the other on the other classes. If it's easier than spamming ferrets. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. Beautiful, that is. Beautiful. Do that, I'll hopefully reduce some of the damage I've got coming in. A bit of sentinel up in here.
I'll show you.
You underestimate me.
Yeah, I think I might change away from the Warrior of Light get up. Might have a different plan in mind. That being not actually going for that fight as a tank. Right, how's about we go for interject? Oh, I seem to have lost one. There we go, got that. Oh dear. I was about to go for a Divine Veil and then do that. Right, the next, the first boss might take a little bit of relearning. Just because I don't remember exactly how far out the circles go. Bam, 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 bam. Actually, whilst I'm going through, I might as well do with that. Followed up by Lamb's Blood, which is one that we've got to watch out for. Okay, yeah, like literally just inside that one. Just inside that one. Oops. Do that, he seems up a bit for Oriange.
You underestimate me!
Cast that a bit late, didn't I? Jesus.
Here we go!
Right, so I'm fine here at the moment. There we go, sorted.
I shall protect you.
Not moving time for that, jeez. I've won a little bit of an overshield. Laughing Wave, that's followed up by Land's Blood, as is tradition. You pretty much just run to where the last one was, and yeah, you should be fine. I'm pretty sure it doesn't usually unleash like two in the same spot. These Rowans are usually quite nasty. They've got like a acorn ability, I think, and it hits extremely hard. There you go, pan combo. So if you're not watching, you will probably get slapped by that there. Pretty sure it does like half your health as a tank. And I've had to run back from the start several times because of that pinecone bomb. I'm pretty sure this next bit is like dealing with wasps or bees or something. Equally stabby jabby. There you go, wasps.
Thy time hath not yet come.
You underestimate me!
Your sword. Aiming. Ah.
Now I've got you.
I love how the ability is called Holy Circle as well, but it's like a big spike ball.
You underestimate me!
If anything, it's closer to a really angry snowflake. I say really angry because it's got like... It's more than just like a flat design. It's like multiple flat designs, all stacked up on top of each other. Right, we need to put that arm's length, we need to interject on you. Otherwise one of those trees will get very strong. Right. Shame. Yeah, this was a middle bit that I didn't like, by the way. I enjoy the third segment, kind of. Actually, thinking back on it, I think it's just the intro that I like to this dungeon. But my goodness, is that a good intro? Well, let's see who moves where, because I might need to adjust where I'm stood. Thank you, Minfilly.
You underestimate me.
I shall protect thee.
I'm pretty sure that Minfilly now cannot block a beam.
You underestimate me.
Oh, Minfilly can block when I can. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Looks alright. Yeah, we have a trial coming up, which I'm not sure if we'll reach. Actually, no, we should. We've got like 3 hours. Never mind. I would say that I'm not sure if we'll reach today, but I'm sure we will. I really want one of these somehow. Look pretty cool. I really appreciate the last fight from this thing, just for the mechanics. Jesus. Very rod that is. Black Mage. What is that looking like? Oh, don't look too bad.
I'll show you.
Toll for a bow. Orianger just legs it all the way over. So I'm just remembering someone that was watching like a while ago doing this fight. They popped the sprint on that. They just said that they just like see him fall off. It was proper scream like ah. Proper blood-curdling sort of scream. Could have survived. How horrifying that is.
Together we shall overcome this.
Oh, Orianger, you ran into that. Come on, man. You're smarter than this. Go on, go for one more transmog, why not?
Now I've got you.
Do it, I dare you.
Take this.
Oh, he's not gonna have a chance to pull it off. That's sad. Rest well, Frogman. Look, I just learned to intervene. So I can now like dash over to someone now. I can't click on them so I can't display it. Trellis. Oh. And just for demonstration's sake, we also got a Fade Blade. Which a bit of a red tint to it. There you go, look at that. Wonderful. The hilt kind of looks like that. Und then we leave.
Wilford! Wilford!
Amazing! Jolly good show.
Oh, you do not hold back. But I would have it no other way. Seldom have I enjoyed such sport.
We have satisfied thy demands. Wilt thou now satisfy ours?
Of course. Of course. There it is. The relic you seek. Yours for the taking. Have care you do not break it, though, yes.
Have care, you do not break it, though, yes.
Ah, but you, my friend, you are mighty indeed, and pleasing to the eye besides.
More? I want to see more of him!
Yes! Yes! I could watch him forever!
Why don't we just make him one of us? Yes! One of us!
One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us!
What a fine idea! Why ever didn't I think of that? You may have the crown, but in exchange, we will have you!
Wake up! Wake up, damn you!
Ah, you're alive. Thank the gods. I don't know where you learned to breathe underwater, but it's lucky you can.
Thank you, Caution. Lucky that blessing carried across as well.
I'm sure you had your reasons. But the first rule of dealing with the Froth is do not deal with the Froth. It's said that they are born from the souls of the drowned. Were it not for your little trick, you'd have joined them. Your friends are safely back on dry land, in case you were wondering. They'll be searching for you, I expect. That's the royal capital of the Kingdom of Verber down there. It's seen better days.
Not the servant.
They were a stubborn lot, the Verbertites. Set in their ways. But once you got to know them, you couldn't find a more welcoming people.
Bit like Ishgard.
It always froze over in winter, being up in the mountains. So we'd pull up our chairs round the fire and trade tales over steaming bowls of lamb stew, while the street lamps burned hot and bright outside.
Like Ishgard.
All dead and buried now. Them and
anyone else who might remember. Everything we did. Everything we gave. What was it for? I wonder. I hope you'll have a better answer than this when all's said and done.
Yeah, my computer's not sounding very happy with stuff. Like it must be extremely loud because I can hear it over my headset. And my headset is it's at the point where I can barely hear my PC fans, and I know that they're loud enough to be putting sound onto stream. I might try and join in on that fair because it's like bonus EXP. Oh yeah, I can't fly it. Nope, I need to get with that, then we can join in. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to change this this outfit. Liked it initially, liking it a lot less now. Oh no, I'm burning precious time. But it's a WXP fit, so it's like I can't really waste that. Hang now, but stop it. Just gonna have to go for the one that's off global cooldown this time. There we go, sorted. I'm going back in. Nay, my lady, exhausted as thou art, thou wouldst only endanger thyself. I prithee, rest a moment. There was nothing where we looked. It's empty. Hey. Dear gods, Were it not for Sorban's blessing. But I need not labour the point. I'm glad to see you safe and well, my friend. Have you any idea how worried we were? To wash up on the shore only to find you weren't with us? Oh, but I'm forgetting. Here's your crown, your majesty. The Firth kept that part of the bargain at least. Well, there were certain twists and turns. Our work here is done. With everyone none the worse for wetness. Oh, thank goodness you're still here. Sulwyn, something amiss? A great mob of mortals is marching into Il Mheg. Mortals with ugly weapons and uglier faces. They wouldn't happen to be your friends, would they? Rather the reverse, I fear. You're more an army, I guess. Meaning we can play with them? As much as you like. But just to be sure, I will return with you to confirm their identities. If they are who we suspect, we shall require your aid. If Alfino is coming, then Alice will be coming too, yes? Can't be having one without the other, you know. Alright, just remember we're not your playmates this time. I'm afraid we must leave the rest of the relic hunt in your hands. Don't worry, I've done this sort of thing before. Indeed you have. Very well then. See you afterwards, my friend. With our enemies fast approaching, this is of the time is of the essence. We must needs accomplish our mission with all possible haste. Of the two remaining bearers of the relics, the Numo are the nearer, and we shall seek them out next. Among the Fey folk, they bear the distinction to have abided in these lands since before. Pardon me, apologies. Since before the flood. They are also the friendliest to men, and have served me faithfully whensoever I have called upon them. Indeed, they are the source of much knowledge. Much of the knowledge I have acquired here in my time. The path leadeth past my dwelling. That's the way. Right, I've no need for that because I don't have a house. There's what, 395. Okay, I haven't swapped to Scholar. Not Scholar, Summoner. Because I don't have a book. It's only a slight problem, you know. Got a book for Scholar, don't have a book for Arcanist. Look at the size of that one. Jesus. Past yonder cliff lieth Pla-Eni, home of the Numo. The others have gone ahead to scout the way. Come, let us follow. So there's a thing called Shared Fate for doing the fates in different zones, and I honestly do not understand this. I don't know if I need to do like this many fairs and it like ranks up and I get different rewards for the gemstones, or what. There was like a little tutorial for it earlier, but I kind of didn't read it. For such is the way. The path striketh thee as precipitous, is because it was once a mountain trail. For where the lake now lieth, there was a valley in whose midst thrived the city of Verbet. 'Twas only when the flood came in the wake of the flood that the settlement was drowned. We stand now upon its former outskirts, grazing lands where shepherds once tended their flock. Though one cannot help but feel a pang of loss when faced with such a spectacle, one can scarce blame the Fey folk for altering the land. The blame for that lieth rightly with the light, a force terrible enough to bring an entire civilization to its knees, an entire world. That it should have been allowed to rise up unchecked is the greater regret. Yet, in spite of all the tragedy which surroundeth me, full glad am I for the chance to be here. 'Twas at these hands which brought together the warriors of darkness and Minfilia, lest thou forget. Therefore, even were there no 8th umbral calamity to forestall, it seemeth only right that I strive to deliver the first from its doom. Only right, I say, though no such words ill convey the strength of my resolve. In truth, I can no more ignore the plight of this world than I can choose to stop breathing. And thus do I labour for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. The coming struggle promiseth to test our earth to our limits. But so long as we stand together, I doubt not that we shall prevail. Aha, mortals! Just as we thought. Hast thou business with us? Ah, no worries. Catch you later, Ruth. Hope you have a good time. Business? Ha! Nothing so boring. We smelled you coming and thought we'd come to play. They do not appear to be pixies of Nidoran. Mine apologies, but we are in some haste. Mayhaps another day. Oh, in some haste, are you? Then allow me to hasten you on your way. Teleportation magic. From mercy, we were not sent far from our course. If the pixies find us again, however, they must assuredly repeat the trick. We have not that time to waste. Let's avail ourselves of an enchantment I've learned. Feycloak it is called. Most ingenious magic, which rendereth one invisible to fey folk, albeit briefly. I don't know why I can't just, like, you know, swim around. Leave Oriandre to fiddle with this. Like, I could easily just swim around, come up this side. I shall cast the enchantment upon thee. Under its aegis, thou art to make thy way past the pixies and rejoin our comrades. Know, however, that the enchantment shall suffice to veil thee and thee alone. Be not tempted to attempt to employ a mount, as it will serve to give thy presence away. Right, this lasts for a minute, so we need to leg it. I'm hoping that birdo doesn't give me away. Come out, wherever you are. I'm pretty sure there should be another circle somewhere. There it is. And we need to make sure we don't aggro that witchweed. Oh. That's fine. I suppose he'd have had an easier time because he could have just map travelled over there. Gone straight to the Aetheryte he could. I assumed you were right behind us. What took you so long? Well, we got intercepted by pixies. I see. Yes, that's a valid excuse for lateness. You're hereby forgiven. In other news, the Numo village lies just through here. We'll enter as soon as Oriange deigns to join us. Mortals are here, lots of them. I thought you said the Numo were men's best friends. Poor thing is beside itself in fear. It was beside itself perhaps, but not with fear. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you. To have so many mortals appear at once. It's more excitement than we can bear. Greetings, Elder Vidank Tieni. Pray forgive my brevity, but time is against us. We are come to borrow the stone scepter of the Numo. The stone scepter? Then you mean to lift the seal of a Laguerre? That is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you. The king is set free, none here will be safe. Unlike our fey cousins, we Numo have called this land our home since time immemorial. Leaving is unthinkable. Thus did many of us lay down our lives to seal away the king when were corrupted by the light. If we do as you ask, our sacrifice will have been in vain. Don't worry, we'll defeat Titania. But then you'll only become another Light Warden. It changes nothing. Honored Elder, pray believe me when I say this man is possessed not only of the strength required to vanquish the kin, but of something still more valuable, a means to resist the resultant corruption. Indeed, he hath already laid low the Light Warden of Lakeland, all without succumbing to the influence of its light. He is yet a stranger to these lands, it is true, but he harboureth the self-same desire to see the Sin Eaters eliminated as we do. Wilt thou not lend us thy hand, that we might see thy beloved home restored to its former glory? You've always done right by us, Ariandre. If you have placed your faith in this man, that so shall be. As you say, we want for nothing more than to be rid of Sin Eaters. Be that as it may, this is not a decision to be made lightly. We require time to deliberate. A turn of the moon, perhaps. We don't have the turn of a moon, unless we want to debate this with the Ulmoran army. Elder, given all that is at stake, we cannot well expect thee to simply roll over and acquiesce to our request. But even now a powerful foe draweth near. I fear I must beseech thee to hasten thy deliberations, that thou mightest fetch as the scepter whilst there is yet time to use it. Roll over? Fetch? Ah! You know full well that naught gives us greater pleasure than to render aid to men. You know full well, yet you speak the words of power regardless. It's unfair. Unfair, I tell you. In happier times, it was our honour to assist mortals in need, and receive rewards befitting our deed. They're the dog people. Since the kingdom of Verbert fell, however, we've been starved of a man's patronage. After so many years of deprivation, it is difficult to ignore such an earnest entreaty. Very well, Ariandre. I promise to give you as swift an answer as I may. In return, I ask that you and yours remain here the while, and bestow upon us your patronage. Is that arrangement agreeable? Will you offer your patronage to our people too, yes? Let's see, perhaps you can begin with Man Us. They are one of our foremost artisans, once held in the highest esteem by the Knights of Verbert. With the Knights gone, however, Man Us, has had no opportunity to put their skills to use. They'd be overjoyed for your patronage. Bam, bam, ba, da, ba, ba, ba. My hands aren't half cold in this weather. Put me again. 1182, 1183, 1184. Did I already count that leaf? Ah! What? Wait, you're a model? Huzzah, huzzah! Well met, yes. Very well met indeed. You have you old and tired arms and armor that need that are threatening to fall apart at critical junctures in battle? If you answered yes, you've come to the right number. I will restore your equipment. Restore your equipment to pristine condition for a payment of a pair of moss fungus legs. Moss fungi roam just outside the cave. Please, please, please give me their legs and your patronage to me. Now, if I remember correctly, They might ask us for more, and we shouldn't give them more because they only asked for 2. Well, they won't ask for more, they'll ask, like, how many are we going to give them? We should say 2. Oh wait, that was only 1. Whoops. Should be both of them. There we go. There we go, perfect. 2 sets of moss fungus legs. Ah, you are returned with the moss fungus legs, I hope. They are tools of my trade, lest you wonder. Used to polish metal and leather like to a lustrous sheen. Now that I have work again, I must replenish my stores. How many will you give? 2. Huzzah! 2 moss fungus legs, as befits the work. Ah, to have neither more nor less than expected of us. Than we can provide. There is no greater joy. You see, for there to be honour in a task, we must receive precisely what it is worth. Too little means you belittle our ability. Too much means you question our integrity. You've given me fitting payment, so my services are at your disposal. I shall begin by inspecting your equipment. I see. Though I must ask for a small fee for the materials, I am pleased to say that all your arms and armour may be restored. If you mean to change them in the near future, however, there is no need to hurry. My first repair is complimentary. Here's the coin which you may pay me when you desire to have work done. Many thanks for your patronage. Oh, and if you mean to offer patronage to another, may I suggest Iskiof? Iskiof yonder. Judging from your equipment, 'tis plain you are no stranger to battle. I believe Iskiof will have something to offer you. Right, first things first, I'll just do a quick little repair of my gear. We'll go for all of it. Quite why my gun blade was a little bit broken, I'm not sure. but I am sure there is a reason for it. I just do not know it yet. To have so many men visitors at once. This is a joyous day indeed. If it pleases you, please give me your patronage. As my patron, I ask that you remove the noxious mushrooms that grow in our cave. Flame spores are called. We would tend to them with magics, except they leave behind harmful ash. We've no choice but to pluck them one at a time. Now you will get curious as to what I have to offer. I am a purveyor of wares that will aid you in your travels. In exchange for your fitting payment, I will give you my choicest items. Yeah, another sort of voice that I was wanting to do for them. But I failed horribly at trying to do the voice, so I think I'll just, you know, not. Where is... There it is. Get rid of these flame spores. They're little nosy mosies, they do. These are all such good boys and girls. You've removed the flame spores? How very quick you are. Oh, but did you perchance search the western entrance as well? I'm told that more have crept up in that area. You pluck the last of the flame spores, you sense a gaze from the entrance. I wasn't spying on you or anything. I just finished my task and I should go report back. Ah, you are returned. Have you dealt with the flame spawns by the western entrance as well? Excellent. No more poisonous spores irritating their noses. For a little while at least. Oh dear, I believe I'm getting sentimental. Having a patron again. Reminds me of the old days. There every day I would carry my wares to the castle and offer in exchange for men's patronage. Back then, the castle wasn't called Legia. The Verpetites built it. They named it Gunslicht. It was their last bastion in the struggle against the Sin Eaters. Now they're gone, all of them. Nobles and knights and common folk alike. Enough reminiscing. I must give you what you've earned. If you desire anything I possess, I would be glad to offer them to you. For a fitting price, of course. The shop is now open for business. Now, will you be offering your patronage to anyone else? If so, I would recommend Wheat Lad. They've been under the weather of late, and a chance to perform an honourable task would cheer them up. Alright, Wheat Lad. What have you got for me? What? You would be my patron? But I can't do anything for you. The lawless ones took my invisible ink, and without it I can't make my arcane wares. Who are the lawless ones? They're no more like us, except they've turned their backs on our values. Curs without honour they are. They refuse to work, instead spending their time cavorting and making a nuisance for themselves. It was when I was outside for a walk that they set upon me and robbed me of my possessions, the ink included. I was too weak to resist them, but you, mortal, you look quite strong. Do you think you could take my ink back from those villains? If you do this, I will consider it your patronage, and by way of service, I will make you something very special. Excuse me, but I couldn't help overhearing. If you mean to undertake this task, will you let me accompany you? I'll learn from you, and help in what little way I can. You're welcome to join. Thank you so much. The lawless ones make their lair to the south, inside a cave called Father Collard's Chamber. Father Collard's Chambers. They took many vials of ink. I would be grateful if you could bring back as many as possible. They say it's to the south, but it's like southeast. How do we get up there then? Oh, literally a path on the other side. Speaking of, I haven't really been checking where these are. There's one like up this sort of way. We'll attune to that one when we get there. We don't actually go there just yet. Father Collard's chambers is through here. I peered inside, and sure enough, he was milling with Numo. They looked none too friendly. If Thancred were here, he'd tell me to go about it quietly and quickly. Let's split up. I'll find the ink, and all the ink I can, and come back outside. See you shortly. Legging it in, guns blazing, Jesus. Well, knives knifing, I suppose. Knives shining, that works. There are little green pots there. They look rather luminous, if you ask me. They don't look invisible at all. Didn't want to kill you. You forced my hand. You've both forced my hand. And back outside we go, back outside we go. Above there, right up here I believe. Oh, is this one of our other horror moments? I think it might be.
Oh, thank goodness. There you are. Those Numo were rather frightening. I'm glad you're safe. I haven't seen much actual combat, so I was a little nervous, but I'm happy I could help. The Minfilius before me battled Sin-Eaters as part of the Yulmoran army. But that had all changed by the time I was found. They held me captive, so that I wouldn't follow in the others' footsteps. I'd still be in my cell now had Thancred not spirited me away. When he found me, I knew nothing of the world. I didn't know how to live, let alone fight. Thancred once told me that if the efforts to summon you failed, it would fall to me to face the Light Wardens. I realized then that it was the only reason he kept me close. As a contingency. The truth is, he can't stand to be around me. Because I'm not her. I'm not his Nymphilia. Once, we journeyed to Nabatha Reng together. To the place where the Oracle appeared and stayed the flood. As we drew near, I felt as though I was fading away. I shut my eyes and covered my ears, and then... I'm not sure what happened after that. I have a vague feeling that I said something to him. Only it wasn't me at all. It was her. Afterwards, Thancred didn't say a word. Only kept to himself and brooded. There's nothing I can do for him. Nothing I can offer but my presence. Though it only reminds him of his loss. She should be the one to live on. That's why I tried to find you. Because I knew that was what she wanted. But now that you're here, I'm not entirely sure what it was she intended me to do. Was I meant to tell you something or bring you to someone or somewhere? I can feel the answer at the edge of my mind, just out of reach. What is that?
There's something dark but light. It's a creature so corrupted.
Why did you imprison us?
Corrupted with the light.
Such boredom. Such tedium have we suffered. It is unfair. Unfair. Come and play with us.
It came from the castle. This is everything I have. Please see it delivered to the Numo. I will bear word to Thancred and the others.
You know the whole yin-yang thing they have? Darkness in the light in the darkness sort of thing? Yeah. There's a lot of evil in this light. Mercy, Your Majesty, we had no choice. Please forgive us. Oh, it's you, my ink. Were you able to retrieve it? Yes, this is the ink. And I'll solve it too. Now King spoke to me. My day went from bad to worse, but thanks to you, it's simply bad again. What? You had the vision too? Oh, woe is us. Ordinarily, when a living turns into a sin eater, it loses everything about its mind that defined it. However, the king has retained some of their instincts. This manifests in the desire to play and be free. So strong is that desire, it often leaks through the seal to invade our consciousness. For a long time we've ignored it, but we can't do so forever. But forgive me. I was going to thank you for reuniting me with my ink. You did exactly as I asked, so I will give you the service I promised. Nothing up my sleeve, and voila! May it serve you well. Oh, 3 tickets. Wonderful. Ah, there's nothing like honourable work. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity. Oh, I should mention that Elder Wiedank returned a moment ago. If you seek them out, I dare say they'll have tidings for you. Alright, I saw the little level sync image on it and I was like, is this one of those quests I'm gonna need to do? Turns out no. Tell you what, I'm gonna be doing this on Dragoon, so I should probably make sure that I've actually got gear for it. Not that those earrings are going to be useful for any class. Jesus, pardon me. I believe I should just be able to do that. Not gonna lie, that looks pretty snazzy. Ah, there you are. I'm informed that you've been an excellent patron to our people. For that you have my thanks. Now then, we'll be pleased to hear that we've come to a decision regarding the scepter. If you please gather your companions, I will deliver our answer. Before I begin, please allow me to express my gratitude for your kind patronage. Having been deprived of purpose for so long, our people were overjoyed at being able to serve again. But on the matter of the stone scepter, and during our deliberations, we were forced to concede that we will never have the power to deal with our fallen monarch. We can release Titania neither from the castle nor from torment. In light of this, we have decided to entrust their fate to you. Take it, the stone scepter of the Nemo. This marks 3 relics. 1 more and we can arrange the meeting with the warden. Ere you continue your quest, allow me to enlighten you as regards to your foe. Know that Titania is not a name, but a title bestowed upon one chosen to lead the Pixies by the grace of nature. This leader, upon Il Mheg's founding, arose as a ruler to of all Fey folk, to bring order to a righteous kind. In turn, we Fey folk render our blessing unto nature, unto water, wood, and wind, that our king might be further empowered. Though they are become a sin eater, their powers remain unchanged. When you face them, be prepared to face the full fury of nature. Oh dear. Is there anything else we should know? Anything else? Only that if you feel unready for the challenge, none here would blame you for it, you are welcome to remain among us a while longer. After all, I myself have yet to enjoy your patronage, and who knows? When will I next have the chance? And we'd see that you are comfortable, of course, and do all within our power to make you feel at home. Oi! Honestly, I look away for one moment, and every fairy under their nuncle tries to steal my sapling from me. This is my sapling. Mine, do you hear? Not yours, not the Fuats, and not anyone who so much as thinks of trying to seduce him will wish they hadn't. The final relic is a pair of shoes wrought of crystal. They are held by the Amaro's safekeeping at their settlement, Willickdorf. It beareth mentioning that these Amaro are unlike those which thou hast heretofore encountered, owing to a peculiarity of evolution. They are capable of speech, and thus we might negotiate with them as we have the Fey folk. Though it saddens us to see you leave, we wish you well on your way. You arrive in Wolakdorf. Seek out the largest of the Amaro. His name is Seto, and he is their leader and bearer of the relic. Ba-da-bum, 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 ba-da-bum. I just love that Fail just shows up like, oi, get out of it. This one's mine, you know. I'll not let you have him. Urgh. This thing is so loud, like it sounds like from where my camera is, it sounds like it's behind me. The crap is that? The Mudman. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Right, hopefully 394 is enough to queue for it. Mind you, this is 399. Southwest. Oh, so it was in one of these buildings then. Okay. Actually, how far off are we? Il Mheg. Oh, we're gonna have like a couple more after. You just wait there, my friend. You just wait there. Jesus. Right, we'll check from here to the north. There it is. Don't mind me, I'm blind as a bat. Just without the echolocation. Right, we'll grab this, then we're going to continue. Just so as I don't forget about it, because I have forgotten about them before, and it sucks when you forget about them. An enormous Amaro slumbers peacefully. Seto! Bird. Oh, forgive me. I was having a dream. Seldom do men visit us. What brings you to our village? Did I hear you right? You desire the crystal shoes that you may confront the Light Warden? No. No, you mustn't think such thoughts. Even if you are indeed immune to the Light's corruption, as you claim, vanquishing the king will bring you naught but sorrow. Forget this fellow. Return whence you came. Well, I appreciate your concern. We have no choice in the matter. Will you not reconsider? Come, my friends, let us leave him to his thoughts. harder by far to change the minds of they who mean well rather than they who mean ill. Forgive me, but I'm not sure I understand. And little wonder, 'tis the first time thou hadst set foot here. 'Twould behoove you all to learn something of the nature of this community, I think. And there is no surer way than to speak with its members. In such wise will you come to understand Seto's reason for refusing us, and, I hope, gain insight to how they may yet be persuaded. So I bid ye seek out the Amaro, and make yourself known unto them. A gentle touch shall suffice by way of greeting. Go. Pardon me. Sorry about that. How long has it been since I last felt a man's touch? I cannot help but be reminded of my master's hand. He was a knight of Verbert, a noble and valiant soul. But like so many others, he died fighting the Sin-Eaters. Though he is long departed, I remain in this land out of respect for his memory. There. The tickles. Enough. I've had a master, I'm not accustomed to it. Not that I dislike your kind, you understand. On the contrary, we Amaro were bred to be fond of men. In the beginning, we were all of us mindless beasts. But then a Mage of Veronica gave us the gift of intelligence that we might better serve our masters. After that empire fell, those of us with the gift eventually died out. On rare occasions, however, we are born with the seed of our ancestors in us. If we live long enough amongst men, this seed may quicken, restoring the power of speech to others amongst to us amongst other things. So it was with me. I never had a master, as I told you. Where are ye, Nimbus? There you are. Who's a good boy, Nimbus? You's a good boy, Nimbus. What's happening? Why am I being petted? It's wonderful. Seldom do I have the chance to enjoy the attentions of men. Your kind are loath to come here for the fear of the Feyfolk. But then we are Feyfolk too. When first we made our homes here, we swore an oath to the Fairy King, you see. It's easy to forget sometimes. Thou hast peered into the hearts of the Amaro, I take it? Then thou canst not choose, but see the intense and abiding love they bear for men. It's out of concern for our welfare, not scorn, that Seto seeketh to dissuade us from confronting their king. Yet confront their king we must, and to that end, we must needs have the crystal shoes. Might I prevail upon thee to confer with Seto in private? The task of slaying the Light Warden will ultimately be thine, It is for thee, I believe, that he worrieth most. Tell him of thy many great deeds, spoken in earnest. Thy words may yet move him to change his mind. Who have spoken words with my brethren? Then you see it is not out of scorn that I deny you the relic. I simply cannot bear to see men fight and die. Not anymore. None of us can. To lose one who has placed a gentle hand on us even once fills our hearts with untold sorrow. It's my brothers and sisters who readily attest. I will readily attest. I'll win, don't worry. What am I to make of such declarations? Tell me, why do you wish this? This land is no longer man's to fight for, nor will your doing so compel the Fae folk to change. And in order to obtain the other relics, you will already have paid the due price. Not more is owed. Why then would you risk all to face our fallen king? To save the world. What did you say? The very words. Could it be mere coincidence? Very well. You may believe what you say, but we shall see if you have the strength to do it. The Sin Eaters have been prowling the area of late. Prove yourself against them and I will consider giving you the relic. See that you are well prepared, then meet me in the clearing to the east. There I will lure out the fiends, that you might slay them. And before anyone says, I know it's saying bow down Overdweller. Just, I can't say it that fast, so I go better. I will use my voice to lure out the Sin Eaters, as I once did when I hunted with an old friend. A feeble cry for the ravenous, a mighty roar for the territorial. I still remember the tricks. But come, we begin at your signal. Ready then? Very well. Look at me, look at me. Don't go hitting Birdo. Perfect, but warrior of light in front of you. Bad manners to do that. Come on. With antlered owl. With added beaver tail. short work of those creatures, I will not deny it. I've seen enough. Let us return to Workdorf. Honestly, I'm kind of half convinced it's actually pronounced, it's supposed to be pronounced as a V, like Volkdorf. Just because I don't remember. I don't remember what the what the other place was called, but I'm pretty sure the other place had like a Germanish name. Like something nicht. It's like I don't remember. Let's go. The brain thing, it is gone. It is completely gone. Oof. By the ease with which you slew those sin eaters, I see that you are capable. However, I still require some time to think. If you should be willing, there is a favor I would ask of you. It's not a test of your strength, but a personal request. Please hear my tale. A while ago, we fought sin eaters who had wandered into Il Mheg. In the heat of battle, I dropped a prized possession, a medallion. Of all the places that it should fall, it was in Long Mirror Lake. We Amaru are not fond of water. We certainly cannot dive very deep. I briefly entertained the thought of turning to the Firth, but they were more likely to keep the medallion out of mischief than return it to me. I despaired of retrieving my treasure, but having seen that you are what you are capable of, perhaps you will be able to find it. While I ponder your request for the shoes, will you not go and search for my medallion? If it should elude even you, I will accept it as gone forever. I'll find your medallion, don't worry, buddy. I can't fly! I forgot about that. Quite how I forgot, I do not know. But I did. I'll pick up that quest on my way back. But I was expecting to aggro that, which is why I didn't just run straight off the edge, because I would have just like died straight away. Imagine that it's just like, oh yes, I trust you to fight these sin eaters. Just run off a cliff and go dead. I thought I could fly. Luckily, I don't need to fly for this bit. Just hop in the water and find a memento for a friend. A glimmering object. Aye, what I need. It's just not supposed to be said it was middle. Oh, it was in the church, wasn't it? It's like on this side, I believe. Unless that's it at the back. Maybe this. Come on, let me click on it. There we go. Gotcha. Oh, no, we're just going to teleport back because it'll be a bit of a long run. Right, so we need to grab this before I forget about it. Oh, I remember this one. There's a marrow somewhere that's like apparently causing issues, I think. Ah, you are returned. How fared your search? Despite its age and prolonged submersion, this golden medallion still retains its luster.
Ah, my medallion! You found it! Oh, I know not how to thank you. It is my most treasured possession. A gift from a dear departed soul. He was a traveler, and together we journeyed to the ends of the world and back again. When I was young. In those days, I could not speak. But we found joy in each other's company nonetheless. Oh, the memories. This medallion he found during an adventure. Fashioned it into a necklace for me, his partner in crime. I had not the words to tell him then, but it filled my heart with pride. I was so happy. His name was Artbert, and he was my friend.
Ardbert, thou sayest?
Everyone blamed him for the flood. Him and his comrades. Some few who spoke up for them. Of the many whose lives they had touched. But as the years went by, their voices were drowned out by those who only uttered the adventurers' names as a curse. It was too much to bear. And so I left behind men and their lies, and came to this place. Ardbert was a trusting soul, constantly being drawn into the troubles of others. Yet in spite of this, he never thought twice when he saw someone in need. He always tried to help. It was no different then. The world needed heroes. It needed him. And yet, he was a good man. He deserved to be happy. I wish I could have told him that, at least. You remind me of him. Your kindness. When we Amaro were created, we were granted the ability to perceive souls. Thus did we recognize our masters. That ability has long since faded from our kind. But due, perhaps, to my reversion, I can see your soul. Faintly, but surely. It is reminiscent of Ardbert's. Strikingly so.
Do not cry, you cry.
Of course, you are you and no one else. We are defined not by the soul we are born with, but the path we walk. Nevertheless, I cannot help but feel that this is more than mere coincidence. Which is why I will place my faith in you. The relic. It is yours.
something happened at Lida Loran.
Together with the twins, we were playing tricks on some nasty mortals to stop them from setting foot in Il Mheg. At first they ran off screaming, which was lots of fun. But then a scary, bony, wrinkly old mortal came along and spoiled everything. None of our tricks seemed to work on him, which is no fun at all. And now they're getting closer and closer.
Ranjit. If he manages to find his way in, all our efforts will have been for naught.
As thou sayest. Should we be discovered ere our mission here is complete, and the Light Warden yet liveth, our task will be rendered nigh impossible. If we are to prevail, we must needs divide our forces. Thus do I propose the following. Whilst thou salliest forth to meet with the Light Warden, we shall join in the effort to obstruct the trespassers. Should we succeed in staying their advance, all the better. Yet even should we fail, if we can but delay our enemy's arrival long enough for thee to secure victory, our plan may still be deemed a success.
So the moment the lights go out, we all beat a hasty retreat, yes?
Let me come with you. I have the blessing too.
No, Midfilia. You'll only get underfoot. Now come.
I wish there were more I could do. Please be careful.
It's a little bit too harsh on her, I feel. But well, that's grieving. Forgive me, it seems my indecision has cost you precious time. But I am convinced now, convinced that you will triumph. To the south you will find a bridge to Legia. As the bearer of the four relics, the gate to the castle will open to you. Right, because we're going to be queuing as Dragoon, I shall swap. I shall swap to be the Dragoon. And yeah, it should go alright, I hope. If it don't go alright, then we're kinda screwed, aren't we? On the upside, I'm pretty sure we should get through, assuming that this queue doesn't take like half an hour. We should be able to get through quite a lot of this zone, if not actually finish this zone, which isn't too bad. Get like a zone of stream. Yeah, once we get up there and get queued for it, we'll probably bob around, try and do these side quests that we've got. Ooh, hello. We'll grab that whilst we're here. Last one, southwest. Oh, that was close. So last one will probably be somewhere around this sort of area. Yes, recognize you bear all four seals. The seal, four relics. The seal is broken. I'll never be able to put on a good fair old voice. All that remains is to enter the castle, confront Titania, being bereft of reason and mercy. It is sure to be a ferocious battle, but if anyone can bring an end to our king's torment, it is you. Yet know this, my adorable sapling. Though we fey folk may appear to live unfettered lives, there are laws that still bind us. To take back as much as is taken, to create as much as is destroyed, to give as much as is received. In all things, balance must be preserved. The same will be asked of you. But worry not. Come what may, your beautiful branch will ever be at your side. Right. So what we do here is we get ourselves queued up for it. And then we're going to go for a little dive and hope that we don't aggro something along the way, because if we do, we are probably going to die. Perfect. Aggro something we did not. Right, so we need to find wrong thing. Right, Il Mheg. Make sure we're tracking all of these. Actually, you know what? Right, what we're going to do is we're going to withdraw real quick, because... Sorry, I kind of cut that off midway through talking. I kind of need to dash to the loo, so we'll be back shortly, and we'll requeue. Sorry about that. Let's get ourselves re-queued for that. Right, we need to find these wolves. Right, what else do we need here? Oh, grab this and click comments. Commente! Oh nice, we should hit 76 off this. For handing these in, I might actually swap to, like, Scholar. Just because, like, as soon as that hits level 71, I don't have to worry about... Yeah, at 71 I don't have to worry so much about getting the... like a magical ranged class level. Sorry, magical DPS level. The magical ranged. Because the role quests, you need a tank, a healer, a physical DPS and a magical DPS. And I should be able to level the healer and magical DPS together as Scholar and Summoner level together. So to start moving to do something else whilst waiting. So we watched Muppet Christmas Carol as well recently, so I've just got Bob Cratchit and Tiny Tim. So much time lost frolicking. Something. Let's make up for it. We must. Beginning by playing with you. I'm guessing we just need to sit in this.
We're sick of this cramped old castle. Let's play in the forest.
Oh god. That extends so far. Yeah, right, Shiro. We'll just follow this around, I think. Yeet spears at. Which one? Oh, mustard seed first, okay. I'm guessing that's probably due to the type of attack that it does. Pressure on button there. Let's get the booster. Anything else to buy off on? Fair enough, fair enough. Right, I'm pretty sure we'll get big ones at the sides now. Yeah. Pretty much repeat the order that we just did. If I'd much rather just get hit by one as opposed to multiple.
Dance like the leaves on the boughs. This is so much fun.
What's a beeper? That's a beeper. So here he appears. Best time to do the melee combo. Oh god. I need to be somewhere safe from both. Yeah, sure, this is probably my favourite zone from Shadowbringers. Just because I like the Fae folk. Yeah, Il Mheg. One of my favourite.
We can play no more.
That went actually extremely smooth considering. Well, it's this fight. I were expecting that, at least for me, to take at least a few vulnerability stacks on that. I mean, Lahi is all good, but this zone is too beautiful for me to go against that. Oh, they've all left. I was supposed to give people commendations if they leave.
You have freed our fallen king. Not that I expected any less, my Snayak. The dress, the crown, the scepter, the shoes. The time has come for these relics to serve their true purpose. For they are not only keys to the castle, they are also blessings to be bestowed upon the new king. The way into the castle is opened when it is time to relieve the reigning monarch of the throne. And the brave soul who does the deed has the honor of taking their place. However, should you ascend the throne, you will become one of us, never again to live as men do. My adorable sapling, precious mortal. We Fae folk live forever, but such is not your virtue. To strive for a dream you will never see. To sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden. That is the beauty of your kind. Burn bright and shine as only you can. These blessings, your lovely branch will accept in your stead.
I feel like we just got cheated out of it though.
Kinla, Ilichla, Il Mheg, Okbra. Now, shall we attend to those unwise enough to trespass in our realm?
Why, yes. Yes, we shall. Gilmore seems to have the feel of the Gallian Empire. They've just got that.
Damn these pixies and their tricks!
They've got that feel about them.
How in the seven hells?
Listen well. We come in pursuit of villains who have fled to this land. You know who and where they are. Now show yourselves and answer me before I lose my patience.
Oh, stop! It hurts! It hurts!
Poor little fairy.
Enough! Lift the enchantment!
Minfilia, willful child. How many times must I come to collect you?
I won't return to Yulmore. And I won't let you hurt my friends.
What is this stance? Where did you learn it? No oracle I trained would make such an unseemly show of herself. Know your shame, gal. You're powerless. You have no life nor purpose, save that which our master sees fit to permit.
Who are you to dictate her purpose? To lock her away and deny her a life? If she was powerless, it's because of you, you sanctimonious swine. But no longer.
Fool! Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this god's-forsaken world.
Look! The sky!
He's done it. The warrior of darkness has triumphed.
General? What are our orders? What do we do?
We do what we came to do. Subdue this rabble and find the warrior of darkness.
Forward, men! Take the villains captive! Are you deaf? I said...
This makes me so happy.
Water? That wasn't there before.
Rip that guy.
Orwa I kansasi, orwa I kinsi. Help me!
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourselves, damn it!
The fair folk are simultaneously
General,
the best
they come
part
in greater numbers. We
and
must
quite
retreat.
possibly one of the scariest parts of this zone.
All who stand with a warrior of darkness shall face justice. My master demands it.
Really unlucky for those ones that got puddled.
I see. Well, it's a good thing Fea all volunteered to become king in your stead, for all our sakes.
We are grateful for your timely aid, Feaul, or should I say, your majesty.
It was the first night in recent memory. We all of us but wished to make the most of it. That's something you must remember about us Fey folk. Though our existence may be eternal, we exist only for the present. We live in the here and now, paying no mind to futures that may or may not be. To wit, we are not driven as men are. We cannot fight for such causes as men do.
Does that mean you won't aid us against the Sin Eaters?
Not unless the mood takes us. But if it was to repay a debt, well then, that's another matter. To take back as much as is taken. To create as much as is destroyed. To give as much as is received. Such is the way of Il Mheg. By this law, we shall lend you our strength. In return for the beautiful sky you have restored to us. In times of need, do not hesitate to call.
What about our pact?
Silly sapling. I shall remain at your side. Even should my body be in the castle, 'tis a simple thing to have a little part of me accompany you. Treat them as you would Isnefis.
Flew off to that castle faster than they flew over here. Jesus. It's flying up like meow. Never for a moment did I doubt that thou wouldst triumph over thy foe. The majesty of thine achievement delighteth me none the less. Night hath returned to Il Mheg, and we stand one step closer to delivering the first from its doom, and averting the 8th umbral calamity. 'Tis but a pity were it not present to see the faithful put the Morans to the flight. 'Twas a sight to raise their spirits, I do assure thee. Ah, but valuable allies they might prove, with a mood only to take them. I knew you could do it. Not only for your blessing, you have the strength all of your own. And it has seen us through many a trial. With the Warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It's time we were going. Together, needless to say. To the bitter end, our fates, the fate of our 2 worlds being at stake and all. Now then, I suggest we head back to the Crystarium. Much and more may have happened while we were frolicking with the Faefolk. That Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me hopeful the city was spared Yulmor's attentions. But I would sooner see for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for all of us when I say we've had a belly full of Il Mheg. It's away before the fairies think to play with us again. And back to the Crystarium. And yes, we'll take that one for free, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm just gonna waste those 3 Aetheryte tickets. There could be cheaper like expensive travel, but I kind of got in the habit of clicking no, yes. So sometimes I click on the thing to travel somewhere. I'd be like, do you want to spend this gil to travel there? You click no, it's like, oh, whoops. Look, everyone's fine.
All seems well at the Crystarium.
Yes. Yulmor was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
And here's
you
the first.
Certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
This is his first proper appearance to his first actual appearance to the character.
And you are?
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page. Though by rights its youth should long since have faded.
Well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Scalpus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations. As for my true identity, I am Emmett Selk, Ascian.
Gaius spoke of you, a native of the Source.
Equal in rank to La Habrea. And you came all this way just to introduce yourself to us?
Behold the sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle? Oh, it is truly, deeply infuriating.
Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining? Following the flood, the First had been listing ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight. Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink. And adding his lump and weight to the power of growth, he duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining. Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthri's rule, all the conditions would have been met. But you had to come and ruin it all. Thanks to your meddling, light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters.
Now, Emmett Selk, it's rude to point.
Well, I should begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased. As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise. Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone. Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthri and kill you all. But that's no different from what Lahabret did. And we all know how well that ended for him. And so, while it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation. I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once, might we not seek to find common ground? For good or ill, I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content. But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the Source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible. So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for. When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition. Think of it.
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright. If I may offer thee counsel, however, to make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
My apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian Slayer. I felt it only prudent to take precautions. Nonetheless, your counsel is duly noted. I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
We're just staring there like, what the heck just happened? Cooperation? Can't be serious, can he? Well, we've certainly been given much to ponder, but first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along. We're perfectly capable of handling this little task. In light of your recent exertions, I'd say you've earned the rest. Go on, take yourself off to bed. See you later, refreshed and ready for more. Yeah, pretty much. Yes. Probably pretty decent now. Decent enough that lots of people are like, I want this name. So they'll, you know, make a name. Involving Shiro. Although I have never I have not yet seen a Shiro Tagachi. Ah, welcome back, sir. We've been expecting you. You'll find refreshment laid out in your quarters. I hope that you like him. We'll be retiring now. Very good, sir. To a pleasant evening. I think I might need to farm the rest of this verbal set of maiming, because it looks pretty cool. Hope the past few days have not been overly taxing. Pray, take rest and recover.
From the Exarch, is it? With that mirror of his, he can watch your every move, you know. You probably think you're talking to yourself. Still, he's keeping you well fed. Judging by his people's faith in him, he seems to be a decent sort. But so much about him remains shrouded in mystery. Like, what was he doing back in my day? There was no such person when I was around. A lot's happened since the flood, though. Since I was set adrift. I know little more than you do of this city's history and the Exarch's past. Not that it matters. It's Emmett's Selk we should be concerned about. When our world was about to be consumed by light, the Ascian in white appeared before us. He said that the only way for us to live on was to bring about the rejoining. Desperate as we were, we heeded his words, not realizing that the flood was of the Ascian's own making. They cannot be trusted. None of them. But Emmett Selk had one thing right. One should not fight blindly. That's what we did. And it cost us everything we held dear.
You're putting me off my dinner. Tell me about Seto.
What? What about Seto? What is that to say? All right. He's done some growing. When we were traveling together, he was nowhere near as big. And he obviously couldn't speak. I had no idea how much that medallion meant to him. What about you, anyway? You must have a friend like Seto. Chocobo, perhaps? Come on, You tell me something for a change.
Laid in bed like a corpse. Yes, the mighty Birdo. He ate my sandwiches, he did. I was saving them. Gonna take me outside and I want to be in that room. Oh well. Good evening to you, sir. I do hope you are well rested. The Exarch and your companions are presently gathered in the ocular. He asks that you convene with them at your earliest convenience. Meow. I'm pretty sure that one there starts off the Beast Droid quest. Is the quest to start off the Beast Droid. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I don't need to do that on stream though. I can sort that out in my own time. At my own pace. I love that. Something free companies I just got 3 commendations because I passed on an item. Yeah, it gets to the point where you get like 3 million XP per quest, I think. Either that or it's because it's 3 quests you get 3 million XP. And I'm remembering it as 3 million XP. It's very good, very good. They don't look happy.
Ah, there you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
Just turns around like, hello. How you doing?
Please, did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon? Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe.
Your Exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity.
Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
So petty. I meant what I said and I said what I meant. Wage your war against the Sin Eaters, put each and every Light Warden to the sword, prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies. Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth. Surely such a partnership would be preferable to yet another round of fisticuffs. And thus did the olive branch wither and die. Pity. Well, let no man say I did not try, futile as it was. Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes. Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the Eternal are privy. For now, I shall resume my shadowy vigil. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would you?
Basically just like, come on guys, don't bore me.
What was that all about?
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most like. As if we'd believe a word that passed his lips. Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
I don't know, but if he crosses us, I'll make him wish he hadn't. Cracks knuckles.
I'm sure you will. But consider for a moment. If he meant simply to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself. At least, not in the manner he did. It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way of knowing where they might be hiding, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters. I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far. In striking down the Light Wardens of Lakeland and Il Mheg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
That may be, but the Wardens of Calusia, Armarang, and Raktika remain.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown. Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region. Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
I'll take Armarang in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
If there are no objections, I will make for Calusia. I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
Then I would ask that you journey to Raktika. There you will find Y'shtola. With her assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
Is Y'shtola the conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
That's right. Though we haven't spoken much since she left for the forest.
I fear I may need to blame for that. I had every intention of relaying the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me. You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
'Twould be no trouble.
My thanks. While you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
What's that?
A missive from Lord Vorthry. He invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Lida Luran.
And? Did he even bother to offer any bait? It's obviously a trap.
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to speak with him, even if only a few words are exchanged. Though my power will be much diminished so far from the tower, it is a risk I am willing to take. Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me to Yulmore prior to beginning your reconnaissance? Of course. Then let us make ready. Safe travels to you all.
Surely it'd be a better idea for them to be in like glamours. Or at least for Alphino to be in a glamour. Before you leave, I would make one request of you. There's a church, or rather the ruins of a church, at Voljup. Might I ask that you go there before seeking out Y'shtola? It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet within that hall there remains a tablet whose writing, I believe, may prove of use to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considerate proposal. Very well. Ere we depart to Raktika, we shall journey into Fort Job, that we might secure this relic. Bye. Right, what I'm going to do really quick is mute the tab. That is Daz, that is that is not Stan. We'll boot that stream up. And we'll pretty much just lurk on there until Stan boots his stream up. Which I of course will not actually find out until he actually until I tab out and find out. Yeah, what? We're not going to be able to do another quest in those 6 minutes. Pardon me, crikey. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head to Il Mheg, and we're going to get the last of our flying stuff sorted here. Northeast, eh? They'll probably be somewhere along this entrance to river. River? Lake. It's a bit too stubby to be a river. Plus it only has one mouth leading to the ocean. Southeast? I think I know where it is. Maybe not. Oh, there it is. And is it 1 or 2 that's left for travel? 1 left for travel, okay. And then we can just sort these bits out. And they shall be all sorted. Ah. I was about to proclaim myself an Egypt. Because I remember handing in a quest, and I looked at my XP and I was like, I was going to hand in quests on my scholar, and I remembered something very important about that. It was a side quest I was handing in my scholar. Oh, they are live now, which means we are ending pretty much now. Right. Is it here? But yeah, thank you very much for watching, lurking and chatting. We shall catch you tomorrow with Destiny 2 if you fancied tuning in for that. And yeah, catch you later. Bye.